Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Can you please type in the chat box if you can hear me? Can anyone please give me a confirmation that you can hear me? Thank you. I'll just share my screen. Please let me know if you can see my screen as well. Can you see the presentation? Can you see the presentation? Yes, okay. And can you see the Oxford academic screen? You can see the Oxford academic screen also. Perfect. We'll wait for another 2-3 minutes for the rest to join in and then we'll start the session. Thank you. We'll wait for another 3-4 minutes. Okay, I think we should start now. We are already 4 minutes ahead of time, so let's get started. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's session on how to publish with Oxford journals. Before I begin the session, let me introduce myself. My name is Sumita, and I work as a training manager for Oxford University Press. I look after training for South Asia, Southeast Asia, Middle East, Africa, and the North and East of Europe. So what are we going to cover today? We'll begin with an introduction to the company, that is Oxford University Press. We will try and understand our journals. I will share a few key features about journals. After which, we will talk about how to prepare your manuscript, which is the most important part of how to get published. After that, we will move on to selecting the right journal where you should submit your paper to. Then I'll give you a break, and after which we'll move on to the submission process. We'll do a practical demo of it. And then there will be peer review, because once your work is submitted, it has to be reviewed by peers. So how does the peer review process work? We'll talk about that. Then once the peer review is done, and if your article is accepted, it comes to the production team. And what happens to your manuscript once it is with the production team? We will briefly touch upon open access and promoting your article. So let's begin with an introduction to OUP and our journals. Oxford University Press is a department of the University of Oxford, headquartered in Oxford, United Kingdom. And it is our mission to create very high quality academic and educational resources. We have about 43 online products. We've got journals, we've got ebooks, we've got handbooks, we've got medicine, law, encyclopedias, dictionaries, music, art, you name it, we have it. And how do we achieve this? We achieve this by partnering with leading university presses across the globe and by with leading university partner presses, which I will show you as we proceed. And while we do all of this, there is no compromise on quality. Anything that you see from an Oxford resource, you can be rest assured that it has been rigorously peer reviewed and can be safely cited in your projects. So I've already run you through this. I've already told you all of this. Like I said, there is no compromise on quality. So these are some of the leading medical learned societies that we work with. Now let's talk about journals quality. But before that, let's jump into the journals platform. Just bring this here. This is the URL, academic.oup.com. If you sign into this platform from your university IP, you will automatically have access to whatever your university subscribes to. If you are signing in outside the IP address, you might need to sign in with the user ID password provided by your librarian for remote access. So you see, this is the platform. And on this platform, you have journals and books side by side. Before I jump into journals, I'll just give you a brief overview of what we have in our books platform. So we've got Oxford Scholarship Online, which is a collection of ebooks, pure monographic content. When I say monographic, I mean books that are used for research purposes. They are not textbooks. They are not general bestsellers. These are books that are used for research purposes. Then we have very short introductions. Very short introductions is your starting point of research. Let's say you have a sibling in the family who says, I want to study law. Now, all of you have been doctors. For 10 generations, you all have always been doctors. And there is one child who says, I want to study law, and you know nothing about law. So your starting point would be a very short introduction. It will introduce you to the topic. This is just an example that I'm giving you. Let's say you're asked to write a project on faith. Oh, okay, I made a mistake here in the search. Let me just choose very short introductions and run faith. So there is an introduction where you can start. Your starting point of research is always very short introductions. Going back, let's just jump back into our books platform. Then we have Oxford handbooks. Handbooks are a collection of essays written by an expert in that particular field. So you see, it talks about the current state of the art thinking. What you would believe in 10 years ago, your thought processes changed. You think differently. So you see, as we grow, there is always a new approach. That kind of information is what you would get here. So let's look at this Oxford Handbook of the Law of Work. So there are laws for work also. If you look here, you will see that each chapter is written by a different person. Because this person, Simon, is an expert on this topic. Harry is an expert on this topic. So you see, it is their perspective. These are essays. So from VSI, your second step to research is always Oxford handbooks. Then we have Oxford Medicine Online, which is a collection of textbooks. We've got books from there are 4 series. So we've got Oxford medical textbooks, we've got Oxford medical handbooks, we've got books published in partnership with the European Society of Cardiology and the Mayo Clinic Scientific Press. So those of you who are from medicine will know. And then we have Oxford Clinical Psychology and AMA Manual of Style, which is a must-have guide for anyone who's involved in medical publishing. Then we've got a lot of books on law. Please take a look at the books available at your convenience. Now let's skip to the topic of the day, which is journals. Yeah. Now let's come to journals. On this platform, there are more than 500 journals, out of which 1/3 belong to OUP, and the remaining 2/3 are published in partnership with leading learned societies across the globe. If you click on journals A to Z, you will see a list of all the journals that are available. So I'm going to show you 2 journals side by side. Now let's take a look at the European Heart Journal. This is published in partnership with the European Society of Cardiology. If you click on this, it will take you to the society's homepage. Every journal will have its own homepage and you will have all these tabs. Your most important tab here is the Submit tab. Under the Submit tab, you will get the author guidelines. And this is your Bible. This is what you need to see very carefully. The other part that you need to see is about the journal. You get the editorial board, all of this here. When you scroll down, you see you'll get the journal citation indicator, you will get its ranking, and you will get the impact factor. Now, the impact factor tells you how good or bad a journal is. And this is a value that is derived, that is generated by a company called Clarivate Analytics. And according to the Journal Citation in the report, the JCR, our journals rank in the top 10% of each category. So you see, it is a different company that is actually generating this. So it's not me who's doing it. Now try and understand this. How is the impact factor generated? The impact factor is generated basis the number of citations. What does that mean? There is a formula. The formula is number of times an article was cited divided by the number of citable articles published. That gives you the impact factor. So if you look at it like this, if you want the impact factor for 2024 for this journal, you will have to take the data of 2 years, which means number of times an article was cited in 2022-2023 divided by the number of articles published in 2022-2023 will give you the impact factor. So more citations, higher impact factor. And when do you cite? When you think the article is really good. So which means higher impact factor, it's a good journal. Are all of you clear with this concept so far? If you have any questions, please put them in the chat before I move on. No questions? Okay. Now let's go back to this. Let's take a look at another journal. This is African Affairs. This is the homepage. You see it's published in partnership with the Royal African Society. Instead of submit, they have publish. So you will either get submit or you'll get publish. Under that, you get the author guidelines. Everything else remains the same. Look at the impact factor here. It's 1.9. And I just told you that the higher the impact factor, the better the journal. So your question to me is going to be, but this is only 1.9. That was 37. So this is not a good journal, correct? Now please understand. Which subject does maximum research happen? Maximum research happens in subjects like medicine, chemistry, life sciences. Which means not many people study humanities, or there isn't too much research in comparison to this. Therefore, less research, less citations, the impact factor comes down. But does that mean this journal is bad? How do we know? Let's go to about. If you go to about the journal, you will see the evolution of the impact factor as well as the ranking, which clearly means that this is a good journal. Just look at its ranking. Here it was 55 out of 187. Now it is 100 out of 370. If you see that there is a sudden jump from 1 to 18, then you have to get worried. So you need to check the evolution of the impact factor as well. Is the impact factor clear to all of you? Any questions? Okay. So you see, we are not only looking at journals basis their impact factor. We are looking at different metrics. We have signed up with DORA, which is San Francisco Declaration of Research Assessment. And what does DORA do? I will explain DORA to you. So there are other metrics. We're looking at the impact factor. We are looking at the 5-year impact factor. We are looking at eigenfactor score. So you see, we're looking at the metric, the site score that you saw on the home page. I'll show you. Okay, here. You saw? This is by Scopus. So we are looking at different things. When you get this presentation, you can use these hyperlinks to understand this better. Just read up on it. Because in 2 hours, it's not possible for me to cover everything. So please read up on it. Yeah. So we're using different journal metrics. We have made available a range of article level metrics. So the article itself. We are also recording author contributions with credit taxonomy. Now let me explain credit taxonomy to you. Let's say you're doing your research on a given topic. Can you do your research alone? You need a team, right? When the vaccine for COVID was developed, could one person develop it? One person created the formula, then they had to try the formula on animals and mice. So what did they do? One person was procuring the monkeys, one person was injecting the monkey, one was recording the temperature, one was recording the behavior, one was doing an observation on this. There was a team that was working. So credit taxonomy has 14 levels. So when you have contributed to a research, using the credit taxonomy, you will get one of the levels in the research, depending on which role you have played in your research journey. So that is credit taxonomy. We have also removed reuse limitations on reference lists with the I4OC Act. So far, good? Clear? Now let me move on to DORA. You remember when I was talking to you about the impact factor, I said it is the journal, it is the impact factor that tells you how good or bad a journal is. So now, and I said that, you have to keep a track on the impact factor. You have to see the evolution to see if there is a sudden jump. So let me tell you a story. Let's say I run a journal. It's called ABC. No one reads it. It's an absolutely useless journal. Now, I have a friend, Dr. Amartya Sen, Nobel Prize winner. I request him to write one article for my journal, and he obliges. The article gets published. Now, you are not always using only the journal's homepage. You also use other search engines like PubMed, EBSCO. You have other search engines. So when you're doing your research, when you're using these other search engines, you have started citing Amartya Sen's article. Now, who is getting the benefit when you're citing the article? Is Amartya Sen getting the benefit or is the journal getting the benefit? Because when you start citing, the impact factor goes up. So who benefits? The journal benefits. What DORA is doing, DORA is committed to giving the researcher its value. The researcher will get its recognition. Not, we're giving rigor at the article level, not at the, look at this, the article level, not at the journal level. Impact factor gives it at the journal level. DORA looks at it at the article level. So we've signed up with DORA. So we are reducing the emphasis on the journal impact factor as a promotional tool and ensuring that there are more article level metrics available for all published articles. So, you don't need to feel demotivated that if your work is published, only the journal is benefiting, you're not getting recognition. We are doing that as well. Is DORA clear to all of you? Any questions? Those who can't hear, I suggest you log out and log in. There are quite a few people who are saying they can't hear. Okay, let's go back to our journals. Now let me look at an article. Let me go to an issue. I won't show you how to search and all that. All of you know how to do all this. I'm not going to spend time on that. Now let's look at this. This is an article. Just see. This is a single contributor. It's not a team of people who've written this article. This is the article for you. You can download the article as a PDF. You can go to split view. When you go to split view, you will get the list of the contents here. If there are images, diagrams, figures used in this article, you will be able to download them as PowerPoint slides. And you can use them in your presentation. It will come with the citation information, so it can be safely used. Yeah. Going back. Then you have references. These are all the articles or books that the author had referred to when he was writing this piece. Now look here. Let's say this is a book. The author had referred to it and you want to read it. You can look for it in Google Scholar. Google Scholar is a search engine. You can do Google Preview. It will give you a preview of the book. And if you like it, you can buy the book. Then you can look at WorldCat. WorldCat is an initiative taken by libraries across the world. So if your institution is a member of WorldCat, WorldCat will have a list of all the books that are available in your library. So if you want to look for this book in WorldCat, it will tell you, if your library doesn't have it, it will tell you which is the library closest to you that has this book. What am I doing? You see, the closest library that has this book from my location is this. So in India, there are quite a few libraries that have it. It will read your location and tell you which are the libraries that have this book. Crossref is based on citations. This is another tool. And if you want to go back to the standard view, just click on this. Now, on the right-hand side, you will see the number of people that have cited this article, the number of people who have viewed this page, and you will get the altimetric score. When you come to the altimetric score, what does the altimetric score do? It gives you the geographic and the demographic breakdown of the article. So it will tell you which parts of the world people are reading this article and who are the kind of people who are reading it. Which means, see, this is a medical journal, so obviously you'll have scientists, doctors, science communicators reading it. So there's not much we can do about it, but this is it. So that's how you can check the altimetric score. You get the bibliographic information and you get the DOI. The DOI stands for Digital Object Identifier. It's a permanent reference number. It will never change. And why is it so useful? Because you see, journals keep changing publishers. If you want to look for an article that was published 20 years ago, if you have the DOI, you will be able to pull it up. So if the journal is not with us, if it is with another publisher, you'll still be able to pull it up. So I've explained the DOI, I've explained the altimetric score, I've explained the impact factor. Clear so far about journals? Can we move on? Can we move on? Okay. Now this is the 2024 Oxford collection. When you get the presentation, please take a look at it. Now let's move on to our topic of the day. Why publish? Why does a person want to get published? A person would like to get published. One, because you have discovered something and you want the world to know. The second is you've discovered something and you want recognition for your research. And the third is it helps you become a peer reviewer later in life. This is the overview of the publishing process. Preparation being the most important. The rest can all be managed because the rest is all done. You know, once you've submitted your work, then it comes here. So this is the most important one. Remember, failing to plan is planning to fail. And the first most important step is by selecting the right journal. How would you select the right journal? You need to read the aims and scope. If the journal does not cover your area of research, they will reject your work. How will you find the aims and scope? You will check the author guidelines. I remember I told you it's the Bible. And you will read about the journal. That will give you the information that you need. The different kinds of articles that each journal considers. You have to decide whether you want to submit your work in a journal that is read through subscription, or do you want your article to be open access? Speed of publication, the information is available in author guidelines. Peer review process, author guidelines will have the information. Bibliometrics, look at the different kinds of articles you have read. Those articles, check the bibliometrics, that is the citation. I just showed you what bibliometrics is. This is your bibliometrics. Content innovation, that is if the journal is open to taking new. I'll just show you one author guidelines. It's a very well written one. That's why I'm showing you this. Look at this. See, it gives you everything. These are the kind of articles they accept, the processing time, peer review, preparing manuscript, what all do you need? All the information is available here. Now, the next most important thing is you have to choose a journal where you want to submit your work. First thing you need to remember, this is not a job application. Do not submit your article to more than one journal at a time. But that is, of course, later. The first is choosing your journal. You need to be very careful. So, what would you do? You would make a list of at least 10 journals. Now, you have read so many journals from different publishers. You make a list of at least 10 journals that match your research. From there, you choose, you shortlist which one should you go to first. Now, there are plenty of blacklisted journals, predatory journals. You must try and stay away from them. And they are very subtle. You'll never be able to make out. For example, we have a journal called Age and Aging. They have just changed the spelling from AGEING and they made it AGING. And the look, feel, color, everything of the homepage is the same. It is very easy for you to get trapped into it. So that you don't get trapped into it, please check the Beals list. The Beals list, if you go to Google and type Beals list, is the first search you'll find. In the Beals list, you will see it's updated every quarter, and all the blacklisted journals you'll be able to check. If you get your work published in any blacklisted journals, they will take a little amount money and do your work. But you will lose credibility as a researcher. It will spoil your future. So please stay away from predatory journals. There is also a free service called Think, Check, Submit, which OUP recommends. You can use this as well to check whether the journal you're choosing is good or is genuine or not. Now we move on to preparing your manuscripts. There are different kinds of research articles that you can write. One is an original research. You've discovered something new. Now, let's say in India, there was years ago when I was a kid, some 30 years ago, there was this thing called zeoline. Now, in India, water is very unsafe, which is why when anyone comes, we tell them, please stick to bottled water. So there was this medicine called zeoline, and you had to just put a drop in a glass of water and it would purify the water and you could drink it. Everybody carried one in their bag because bottled water in those days was an expensive affair. So every time we went to a restaurant, we put one drop in a glass of water and drank it. Then people discovered, further research discovered that it contained iodine and it was bad for the thyroid. So the drug was banned. So that zeoline was banned. We still haven't found a solution. So now people use bottled water, which means we are increasing use of plastic. If you discover a tablet which is 100% safe and can be put into a glass, and the water will become safe for drinking, that is an original research. You can do research within research. For example, people went and did further study on zeoline and discovered that it was not safe. So one is original research. The other is letters or rapid communications or short reports. So let's say you're doing this research on discovering that tablet, and you are just about to submit your research, and somebody else has already done that research and submitted their work. How do you feel? You've spent 6 months on that research and your research is now gone. So how do you feel? So what do? You read that research. The person probably has 6 points and you have 8 points in your research. So you have 2 extra points. You can quickly write to the editor saying, I completely agree with this research. However, I was also working on this and these are my findings. These are the extra 2 findings that I have. It helps you become a co-contributor to the research. Then there are review articles. In OUP, of course, they are through invitation only. Then we have case studies. People think case studies are limited only to law and medicine. Case studies can be with geography, social sciences, psychology, anthropology. Anyway, look around you. You can do a case study. You know how people celebrate festivals and why they celebrate festivals is also a way of a case study. Then methods or methodology, that means doing something in a new method. Now, remember, your work must be original. Please do not plagiarize because your work will get rejected and that will spoil your name. And the most important rule, this is not a job application. Do not submit your work to more than one journal at a time. If you submit it to 2, 3 journals, all 3 journals will reject your work. Submit it to one. If they reject it, then choose another journal. Because what happens is, when we do the submission process, I will explain that there is a software where it goes to, and that will read your submission. And how and all I will explain during the submission process. So please remember, this is a golden rule that do not submit your paper to more than one journal at a time. Only if that journal rejects that paper will you think of looking at another journal. Look at these steps. Give it now. I've been told that reviewers, one very senior director of a medical institution told me that as peer reviewers, we read the abstract, we read the introduction, and we read the conclusion. If we find these interesting, do we go into the detail of the article? So give a nice catchy title so that people will want to read it. The abstract is a summary. It's like a trailer of a movie. Introduce your research, your topic, why you've done this research. Methods, step by step. Do not miss a single step. Write down the results and conclude what is your decision after the entire research. If there are acknowledgements, funding, conflict of interest, data, references, please mention them in your article. We allow you to use 3D images. There is a charge for it. We also encourage Braille. Just check how it works. Then let's move on to Latte. What is Latte? Latte is, I'd like to show you one journal. Yeah. You see here, they are telling you so many words, so many things. They're asking you to prepare and they're asking you to use this point and all. Now imagine for every journal, you will have to keep changing it because each journal has different demands. Instead, there is a copy of the Word template, which is the Latte template. What does it do? It will actually read whatever the journal's requirements are, and you as a researcher will only have to type your work. So it helps you save a lot of time by not focusing on too much on the look and feel, but just focusing on your research. Most journals will have a latte template. If they don't, there is this site called Overleaf. There, other journals have their templates available in Overleaf. Check that out. Please make sure if it is a case study, you've taken permission from, got the patient consent form signed. If it's a legal case, you have the signature from to use the case as a research thing. Because if you miss any of this, you might get into trouble. In all work is accepted in pure English. English is the only language that we accept. So if English is not your first language, I would suggest you use some professional service which will help you edit your work. We partner with Enago. In fact, I follow Enago on LinkedIn. There's another one that I follow that is Editage. I'll just put it in the chat box. You know, they come up with very good ideas on publishing. Editage and Enago. Please follow them. You'll get a lot of information. Which brings us to the end of the first half of the session. And if you have any questions, please ask me, or else we'll take a little 10-minute break. No questions? What is the time now in your country? Okay, Ahlam has a question. Can you type it in the chat box, please? It's 12:16. I'll see you at 12:30. Alam, can you type your question in the chat box, please? Can you please repeat the difference between JCI and impact factor? Journal citation index is done by Scopus and impact factor is done by Clarivate. And they have different ways of measuring. I can send you send me an email, I'll send you the details, a full write-up on it. So, okay, I'll see you at 12. Welcome back. Are all of you back? Okay, Jane. If you want to publish under Scopus, you're asking me. See, Scopus is not our product. It is an Elsevier product. You'll have to speak to them. I cannot tell you about a company I don't work for. I'm really sorry. You have to check with them directly. Okay, we'll wait for 1 more minute and then we'll start. Okay, let's get started. Any questions from the first half? What we covered in the first half? Anyone? Any questions? Okay, I'm assuming there are no questions, so let's continue. So now we've understood what journals are, we've understood impact factor, we've understood the evolution of the impact factor, we've understood altimetrics, the DOI, we've gone through the preparation process. Now, what is the next step? The next step is submission. You have to submit your work, your manuscript. So, what would you do? Just below the author guidelines, you will see the submission site. Now, it will either ask you to create your account or to, log in using Web of Science. Again, Web of Science is a Clarivate product. If you wish to find out a little more about it, I suggest you go to YouTube and check out their videos. So I don't have a Web of Science account. I have created my own user ID password and login. Now, there is an FAQ and user guide. I suggest you download and keep a printout of it. Click on the author tab. Start a new submission. Begin submission. So you remember the latte template. So if you've already got it, please upload that. Now, what kind of article are you writing? Let's say an original article, give a title, write the abstract, save and continue. Upload any files, diagrams, whatever you have. Every time you miss a step, it will give you an error message. Choose what methodology. I'm just doing a random thing. Save and continue. Now you see here it's asking you for an ORCID ID. ORCID stands for Open Researcher and Contributor ID. Now, what is an ORCID ID? See, it is your personal identification number as a researcher. Now, in this world, there are so many people with the same name. Let's say Jane Smith. There are, say, 100 Jane Smiths in Southeast Asia, 500 in Europe, 500 in the US, 500 in South America, 200 in Africa. Same name, so many people. And in this world of cheating, it is so easy for anyone to say that, oh, this is my work. So you need to have your own ORCID ID. Without an ORCID ID, you cannot submit your work. And it is a crime to have two ORCID IDs. Just like you cannot have two passports, you cannot have two citizenship numbers, you cannot have two ORCID IDs. So you do all of that, save and continue. And it is compulsory that you have an ORCID ID. Now, we allow you to choose your reviewers. Your reviewers can be your professors, your reviewers can be people whose work you've admired, someone from the editorial board. You can choose your reviewers. The entire process is anonymized. You will not know who is reviewing your work. Your reviewer will not know whose work they are reviewing. It is totally anonymized. So we only give you the option to choose. For all you know, in the ones you choose will not get your work. The difference between a thesis and an article is mainly the audience. Who reads your work when you submit your thesis? Your own professors. They know what you're capable of. So if you've missed a step, your professor will be kind and say, oh, I know so and so. She's a good student. Maybe she was not well. But your reviewers don't know you and they are ruthless. If you miss a step, they will reject your work. Save and continue. Next step. Now here comes a cover letter. You will never get a second chance to write a good cover letter. So make sure you introduce yourself because a person can't see you, but the person will judge you by what you are and how you are basis the cover letter that you've written. So write a good cover letter. Enter all the information that is asked and move on. Now we've not done so many things. Now it will not allow me to submit my work until I finish everything that is incomplete. So let's suppose we have submitted our work. What happens next? What happened to my presentation? It goes for peer review. What is peer review? Peer review is an academic term for quality control. If there was no peer review, there would be a intellectual war. Peer review will tell you whether the research is original, whether it is significant, whether it is valid. And remember, if your work is rejected before peer review, like if you get to know within 48 to 72 hours, if your work is rejected, it is rejected because it is out of scope. Let's say you're talking about knee replacement and you're putting it in a journal called Brain. Unless that knee replacement is impacting the brain, if you're not being able to link it to the brain, any topic to the brain, it's out of scope. You need to go to orthopedic journal. So the first reason an article will be rejected is because it is out of scope or it is totally unsuitable to the journal's ideas, ideologies. If there are obvious mistakes, for example, if you say somebody ate an apple injected with a hormone and put on or lost 10 kgs of weight, that's an obvious error. How do you prove that? And if there are duplicate submissions. See, when we did the submission, if you remember, I'll just show you where were we. You see, when we went to the submission site, it took us to this, brought us to this page. Scholar One manuscript is also a Clarivate product. This software will automatically read your ORCID ID. And it will know that you have submitted this paper to 10 different journals. So that rejection will come immediately. Is that clear? Any questions so far? No, all Oxford journals are not open access journals. We have hybrid journals, and we also have journals that are read through subscription. Clear so far? Okay, now how does the peer review process work? You submit your work, it goes to the editorial office. The editorial office assigns an editor. The editor will either reject your work instantly because it doesn't fit in, or he has noticed an error. I told you they read the introduction and they read the conclusion. So it would either be an instant reject or it would go to reviewers. These reviewers will review your work and send their report to the editor. The editor will make a decision based on this report. The decision could be that they reject your work after this. But remember, after peer review, if your work is rejected, your reviewer's report is your takeaway. That will help you improve your next article or improve that article before you submit it to another journal. The editor might send it back to you to make a few changes, and you can decide whether you want to revise and resubmit your work or withdraw your work. After which, the editor takes a decision uh, to, let's say the editor takes a decision to accept your work. After which, it comes to our publisher. It comes to us, the production team. Now, let's say your work is rejected. Don't get depressed. All of us go through rejection at some phase. Whether it is a job application, whether it is anything, we have all faced rejection. Read the reviewer comments carefully. That is your takeaway. That's your learning. Don't think that your work was a waste of time. You're getting something. You're getting the reviewer comments. Now, the immediate reaction is to, resubmit your work. Don't be in a hurry. Calm down. Then look at the other journals that you had shortlisted and decide amongst those which one should you choose. You might want to read the author guidelines carefully again. Look at your cover letter. Maybe you are not selling your idea properly. You might want to rewrite it. And most journals allow you to submit your previous peer reviewer comments, which will help speed up the process when you submit your work again. It is possible that you might not agree with what the reviewer has written. You probably want to disagree. But in that case, don't be rude. You can always write and say, I agree with your decision. However, I have a point to make here. Please make sure you're polite. Don't make enemies. Now, let's say your work is accepted. What happens? It comes to the production team. The production team will send you a welcome email. In that welcome email, your article will be given a DOI. Now, you know why I explained DOI? Your article will have a DOI and you will be asked to choose a publishing license. Until you choose a publishing license, we cannot proceed. After you've chosen a publishing license, the article will be copy edited. After which it will be typeset to fit into the journal's page and then sent back to you for proof review. Read it properly, make any changes that you want. If you make any changes after it is published, we do not accept it. Unless, of course, it is affecting the academic accuracy of your work. You make the corrections and it comes to us, we do a final revision and it is published online. Hurrah. So we allow you, now you see people make so much money by making Insta reels. So you can make your article interesting by including a video presentation, by including graphical and video abstracts. You can integrate your ORCID ID so that when you write any more articles in future, people will automatically be able to connect to your work. And sign up for press releases that you must check with your university's guidelines. This I have told you. Now you see some articles, there is, when it is going through the typesetting, all of that, there will be it will show up as an accepted article. What happens? This means that it has gone to you for review, and after you approve and give it back, it will go back to this thing. So we give you a DOI so that people can find your article through search engines and can cite your work, which is a big recognition. Let me show you this. When you go to more content and you click on advanced articles, you will find accepted manuscript. That means this article has been accepted and it is, in the typesetting phase, or it has gone to you for proof review. Once all of that is cleared, it will go back into the actual journals page. You can check the article metrics, how many people are reading. Just like when you post on LinkedIn, you're able to see all of that. You can see how many people are reading it, how many people are sharing it, who cited it. Now we move on to open access. Now, what does open access mean? Open access means that the author is paying the publisher an author processing charge. But remember that though you're paying the author processing charge, that does not mean that you will write Jack and Jill went up the hill and we will publish it. The open access comes into consideration only after your work has gone through peer review. So it does not mean that just because you're paying the publisher, your work will be published. Only after peer review, we'll ask you to choose whether you want open access or whether you want subscription based. We have different open access models. Please read them up when you have time. And then we have read and published deals. What are read and published deals? It is an agreement with the customer and with the institution and the publisher, which means you have subscribed to our journals, and you have also paid the author processing charge for, say, 30 or 50 articles. And once the APC has already been paid by the institution, you can actually think of publishing, getting your work published. How does it work? It goes to the production team. Now you see your manuscript script comes to production only after peer review. So any APC, open access or read and publish will be only after peer review when it comes to the production team. You have to select open access license and refer the charges to your institution. The institution will review your work and either accept or reject it. That is your institution's decision because they have paid the APCs. Which brings us to the end of today's session. The last bit is promoting your article. There are plenty of ways you can promote your article. There is Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. You can, post anywhere, the DOI, Twitter. There are so many ways you can promote. You can include the DOI in your email signature, in your institution's web page, in your library's web page. In conferences, you can submit your paper. There are many ways how you can make your work accessible to people. But please check with the university's communications team if there are any rules that you need to follow, because I'm sure they will have their own rules. And all of this I've already told you. Any questions? Finally, any questions? Well, all I said about APC is that it comes into question only after peer review. You have to check with the journal if a poster presentation that you've submitted is going to be accepted or not. That you have to check with the journal. Read the author guidelines and see if they. I have no idea. You will have to check the journal's author guidelines, the publication fee, all of that will be there. And it varies from journal to journal. Well, I understand what you're saying, that the novelty would be lost. But you see, um, if your work, there is a certain turnaround time, you can check. It generally takes 4 to 6 weeks. If you submit your article to more than one journal, all the art journals will reject your work. You can try it, but that is a given rule. And it's not me who decides it. It goes to a common repository. See, that varies again from journal to journal. If you want to withdraw publication, you have to write to the editorial board. Once you have submitted your work, you will get a link where you'll have to create your account. So from there, you'll be able to ask questions to the journal's team. Because see, each journal has its own team. There is no fixed rule. Only after it is peer reviewed does it come to us. So we can only act upon anything after it has cleared peer review. So if you want to withdraw your publication after peer review, then you have to write to the production team. Any more questions? See, depending on the study, if it is relevant, journals will accept your work. But if it has already been published, then why will they accept your work? If that report has already been published, then 2, 3 years ago, if somebody else has published, then how will it? Your work has to be absolutely novel, or you have to give it reference, that with reference to this, that you're doing research within research. They are not a proofreading website. They are professional editors. proofreaders. So they will actually write your article. It's a professional service for writing your article in English, proper English, of editing your work. You can check out the websites. Just go to Google and type Editage Enago. Because even I will have to pull it up from Google. Yes, that's the one. I'm sharing my email address with you in case you guys have any questions. Later, you can always write to me. You will receive your certificates by the end of November. There is a huge backlog. So by the end of November, please do not send me an email asking me when I'll get my certificate. By the end of November, all of you will get it. Tomorrow, I will send you an email with a link to the recording of the session, the presentation, and a link to a quiz. Please try and attempt the quiz and write to me if you have any questions. Yes, journals are able to detect AI reading because AI has a typical format. They will be able to detect that. I've shared my email address with you, sumita.sen@oup.com. If you have any questions, please feel free to write to me. Thank you so much, and all of you have a good rest of the day. Bye, everyone.